Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm just doing fine. We're starting something, continuation from where I stopped. So nothing new, so to say, but I'm continuing from where I stopped, definitely. Okay, so let's get the roll. How did I put it now? Let's get the show on the road. So let's get started to see what's going on. And yeah, let me put my pets here to kind of create some kind of distraction. So we have our app here. We've successfully converted our app into TypeScript, which took quite some time. It took the whole day though, and I was kind of learning in the process. So it was not a bad thing. So I kind of create a README so that it will help me to know what I need to actually work on. So I need to do this one today. Use a button to toggle between, to set a default shipment address. I don't need to edit each address every time to say this is the default place to ship the item to. So I need to work on this. Create order page so that it can directly display the current and past orders. Use account page to update customer information, email and whatnot. So let me start up with the first one here, which is to create a toggle button to set default shipping address for a particular customer. Okay, I don't need this outline. Let's get to run our app here. So our server is up. I'm going to use the in-browser arrangement. Consider my interface is a little bit changed. Okay, I think I should move this one to the side. And I can split this to the right. Okay, so let's start with the port. Yep. The part I was talking about, the update I want to make now is I will use the toggle button to be able to create a button in such a way that when I'm in the address section, I should be able to just click something and say, oh, this is now the default address. That's one way to look at it. Yeah, that's what I would like to do. We already have one address for now. We could update it to have more addresses. But before I tackle that, yeah, let's go into the app and do that. Or before I start doing that, I need to start visualizing in my head and see how do I want it to look like. Where would the button be to set default? So I could do a checkbox or a radio box so that I can easily click on the radio box somehow. So let me first create more to give me that visual look. So let me say 100 house. So the last thing I did the last time was that you can't set to default location. So you can only set one location by default. I know in all these other shopping or e-commerce websites, you will only see your default address. And then when you click, you can then go and see other addresses. But I don't want to go into that now. That's beyond the scope. Not as if it's beyond the scope. I just want to focus on doing delivering on the project. Then those can be added advantage that we can add to the system. Just creating some random information. Now we have those three addresses. We can then decide to now start implementing the feature. I think we can do a button under here that says make default. So that way the default one will not need to have that make default. So I think we can create a button under here to do make default. Let's go ahead and find ourselves. Where is this page located? I can just search for, click here too. So I think that's my page there. So I was kind of 17 to 16 years old when I started programming. That was how old I was when I started programming. Catch them young, they say. So like for people that are here, I try as much as possible to leverage on AI and not break my head. What are these things that it's asking me to implement? So let me just go ahead and ask it to do. Oh, okay. So hello, dude. We'll have a chat from someone in Kick. I said Kick. I'm also streaming on Kick, by the way. So on Twitch, someone is chatting me on Twitch. I'll just read out. Say hello, dude. Fantastic stream. I did love to discuss streaming and get to know you better on Discord. That's really, interesting. I think I've sent this email before. I mean, this handle before, email 45. I think I opened my Discord details as well. I will try as much as possible to reach out. But if you can reach out to me as well, I wouldn't mind. If you can drop me a DM, I will, I wouldn't mind to go through it as well. Okay, moving forward, I want to quickly pull out some stunts here. I want to ask this guy to do some stuff for me. So on this page, on the addresses, I've not created the endpoint to be able to set default address, but I'm going to do that shortly. Can you offer to teach me? Yes, I teach. If you're interested and you want me to teach you, see the link on my bio and get in touch with me. We have a class, that we always do. Basically, we are dividing the multiplication. Okay, so let's move on. On the addresses section, create a button to set an address as the default address by the address. You have to call an endpoint to do this. Add this function inside the use address hook. So I then say, so I won't tell you the endpoint to create, so you should figure out the endpoint. Of course, we have to create that endpoint to do that. So while it's doing that, we'll have to figure out what the endpoint is, what I'm going to call it. So we need to also bring in the Golang project so that we can see what's going on. There should be a way to, collapse a particular view so that it's out of place, but we'll get to that. So the AI is doing its thing for us while we try and bring in other projects. So I want to add the Golang project so that we can be on the same section. Will you allow me to do that without terminating this page? So let me see if I can add to the project. So that's on the app. Okay, add a folder. So we now have our Golang project. That's what we're going to implement that. So this is the address provider. Did it create a new one for us, or this is what we had before? Okay, so here on this section, it has added something for us. There's a lot of things it's doing. As you guys know, I'm gonna use AI as much as possible to make my work easier. And by the way, if you don't know, AI is supposed to make your work easy, not to replace you. So AI is not replacing anybody anytime soon. We imported this. Why is it asking us to remove this importation? Okay, it's just that it did gives us some issue when we remove it some times ago. Now we're bringing in set as default, which is new that he has created for us. We've not seen the implementation yet. Let's have this view. So here is doing its thing. As you guys know, I accept audio thing and then go and see the change later. So we are done here under the address list. The provider is where it's going to do some stunts for us, and the code is being implemented here. So this is what we need to call to set the default. Then this is the endpoint, and it has created the endpoint for us, not in the coding. It just gave us an idea of what to call it. So the adds endpoint, and then the ID, then we'll have default. Of course, we are, well, I like the fact that it's used put. I like the consistency of using the right stuff for the right thing. So is it put or patch? What do you think? Is it push or pat that should be the, the nomenclature to use? Patch most times is to edit. Yeah, edit, even though you can use post, together. Kind of curious why it's decided to use put, but I'll go with put, and let's accept and read through what it has said it's going to do. Then of course you have to set as default function so that you can export to whosoever is calling it. Okay, to remove as many comments as possible, because sometimes your code is obvious that you don't need to write a comment to it. So what's happening here is setting as default. Do you have, is it creating a variable for me? Okay, didn't do anything here. Yeah, I guess what it now did was that he updated this record as set as default. Good one. Set default address. Yes, because automatically I can retrieve the default address. I don't need to filter through the list of addresses. I could actually do that from there. So I like the fact that it did notice that and then set the information for us. The next part is for us to go and actually write the endpoints to make all these things happen. Okay, this is looking good. Let's save. Then I can go and let's see the Golang. Let me keep the endpoints. The endpoint is address, the address ID, then default. So we go to Golang where we do the implementation. We have inside our provider. No. Oh, we are still in the main app. So we'll go to route, we go to sales, and we come here. This is customer order, customer addresses. So it can sit right below this section. What we are trying to implement here, good evening, Progex, how are you doing? So what we're trying to do right here is put our ID, then defaults. I will create a new function, say set default address. Okay, now that we have that set, the next thing we need to do is to add this to the controller. As you guys all know, I have my body here. Create the controller. Okay, create the controller for sales inside sales or controller sales.go. Before it goes ahead and create it in another place for me. So when request comes in like this, it goes to the route, push it to the right place, which is the controller. Then the controller, then do some bunch of stuff. So we're going to look at what that does shortly. Okay, these are, other controllers that we've written before, and our code should be appended at the last part of this place. So while it's trying to get that, of course, it's going to look at my coding pattern and also try and, follow through with exactly what I'm doing. This is the new thing: set an address as default for a customer. So you should be, if you can look at the bottom there, is called Cloud 3.5 Sonnet. That's what it's using. I'm using a new IDE, TREA. Yeah, that's not the IDE. Kind of a funny name. So we have this set like so. I'm gonna remove some stuff. Okay, passing the address ID. Cool. That default creates. But we're not getting, we're posting. So we're posting, or we're putting. It's a put. Then I think I made a mistake here as well. This should be put as well. So you have to be calling the right stuff. And I'm sure it's using all these things to know what it's supposed to do. We get the customer ID from where? We are not getting customer ID from the context. So this is where, there will be differences in what code you've generated, the AI has generated for you. This is not how I'm getting the customer ID. I think should have been smart enough to see how I've been getting it from previous times. So I get the customer information from the token that must have been submitted when I'm running my stuff. So I get the customer. Why do I even need the customer ID? I have no idea. So this is supposed to be setting the address based on the address ID, not the customer ID. So, but we'll get into that. I think as I correct it, he understands what I'm doing, and then he knows how to make adjustments. So this is the user token that must have been pushed down to me from making the request from the endpoint. And then I get to get the customer information. I should wrap my comment in that format. Now this is how I wrap my comments. And okay, so moving on, we have this customer. I'm not doing any binding, no need of that. I'm not posting any data. And then I get to have this part. The set default address should be for the address ID. That's well, okay. So I come to this one here. Set default address ID. What parameter do I need to pass? I need to know the customer ID, the address first. So it's called sales customer ID. Then I need to get this ID. I'm getting that from here. I like as much as possible not to write code if I can. So the IDE name is TREA. TREA IDE. TREA. So TREA. TREA AI. So I'm gonna open it up so that you guys can see. This is the IDE. So TREA is the IDE, and this is my day 2, day 3 testing it out. It's been fun and fantastic stuff so far. So it's cool. So you guys should also try it out. Moving on, going back to my goal. Okay, I got all this part figured out. That's cool. Of course, this function does not exist, but we'll get there. And so if anything goes wrong, report it here. If everything goes on well, address the, you don't need to send a message to me, just let me have the address. Okay, I can have the address if I want. Let me just keep the address. So now I can tell it to create. I don't need to tell it to do this for me because sometimes it messes it up for me. So let me just go and create it. That's the next thing, is to pass this information to the services. So the service section is what makes sure that the information is passed to, so the services collect all the information anyway. Services collect all the information. It's more of like declaring what it is you want to do. So the customer ID, this. So one is customer, one is address ID. So I do add ID, and then this customer ID. Then I'm returning address, customer sales address, customer address, not the request, the address. Don't I have customer address? I think it's called sales customer address. Then, yep, that is the default way that the function is going to be called. So let me copy that for reference and add that as part of what the function, the structure of what it's going to look like when the DOA is calling it. Okay, so I pass this guy in here, and I call this, I'm going to go create this in the DOA, pass this and this. Okay, the next part is to create the DOA. I think I will let it create the DOA for me, yeah, because that one requires some coding. So set the create set default address, create the DAO for this. I can give it the parameter so that it knows what to do. Address ID and also customer ID. And what else do I need to do again? I need to tell the location where that file is. Create this under DAO /sales.go. Don't go mess things up for me. So while that one is pending, we can then start creating the tests for it. So while it's working, I go straight to the endpoint, but let me get the route so that I can copy and not miss anything out. So if I go to the route part, I have what I call endpoints. Endpoint is how I, consume the services. So these are all the ones I've called so far. So I'm doing a put, which is similar to a post, but I'm not posting anything to it, but that's fine. So I do a put, and the funny thing is, I could, why did I have to come and do this? I could as well call a post. But when I'm doing a post, I just made my work so easy. Yes, of course, I can do that. I can create an app. So I would have as well called a post to save the address. So this is just a longer process. So what I've been venturing into is just making a longer process. Okay, let's go ahead and continue. So I have customer. This is the endpoint. We would have well just called a post. I think I'll go ahead and call a post. I won't write this function. As much less code as you can write, the better. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete all the code I've written so far for what it is I want to do. I'll go ahead and just do that. Set default address. This is where you come and so I'm gonna remove set default address. But you guys get the idea. You're gonna see what I'm gonna do, right? So I want to delete all the code implementation I've done so far. So I don't need to do this again. I can just send a post. So and then the post will set the default address. That would have been the best way. You want to limit the number of functions that you can run. You're not just creating the functions for fun. They're supposed to serve a purpose. So I'm leaving it as it is. I'm going back to where now? I'm leaving the Golang community. I'm going to TypeScript community. So where was the place that we made our implementation? It's here is in the use case. That's use hook. That's under the provider. Here you go, address provider. Good. So at this part where, in fact, I'm not also going to set default. I'm not going to create a function for set default. Even if I must create this function, do I need to create it? Is it relevant? So let me, comment that out. Let me comment that out and then leave this one as well. Then, okay. I wouldn't have done all this work if I thought about it that way. So where are we consuming, where are we making the button? There is a place where we set that the button is supposed to be clicked to actually trigger the refresh. Let's go back to our interface. That's 3000. So we can split this to the right, and there's this provider, that's address lists here. So this is the button to set default. Let's get to the list of addresses and look at how we can pull that off. So this is the set default. Automatically it knew that this was the default. If not, we're just looking at this for the first time now. It knew this was the default, and it's about time to make this happen. These buttons look so big. I want them to be way much smaller than what they are now. And I think they are just taking the whole space, and this place is so crowded. I want to do something else about this. So set default, set as default. Okay. So let's see what happened. Once we say set as default, it's calling what we've removed, right? It's calling what we've removed. So I'm going to post the address, and this time around, we're going to remove this set as default. We don't want it anymore. So we're going to be running posts instead, or to save. So we have get. So we're going to be running save. So it's going to be save here. So this is going to be save, and I think save accepts as parameter, it accepts the address data. So this should fix what it is we want to do. Let's give it a try. Finger crossed. So if we say set as default, it's not working. It's not working. So let's get to see what's happening. So let me set it again and then do a host reload and see if any change occurs. Then I get to know what's happening. So it's not working. Let's see what's happening, what is being sent to the backend, and see where we can fix the issue. How do you check the inspect elements for this? I used to have this somewhere. Why not use Flutter for the clients? Flutter will take me forever. This one is way faster for me to implement. Why use Go backend and not Flutter for front end? Why? The question is why? So I just use what I think will be faster, and we also benefit both parties. So you can easily do this in React or any other, so Flutter looks like a heavy kill. Flutter looks like a heavy kill for me to use. Now I want to get to see the error on the bottom of this screen. I'm trying to see where that session is. Apparently, I think this browser does not support it, or this IDE does not allow me to check the element on the bottom. The question, why not will not stop coming. So why not will not stop coming. You have to settle for what I use. What I use is what I use. Why not use assembly? What app are you using to code? I'm using TREA to code. That's what I'm using for my coding environment now. Okay, so I'm trying to see why the error occur. I want to check the inspect element because I can't see why set default did not perform the operation it's supposed to perform. So I just check now and it says bad request. So I got bad request from the console log. So this is the error that I got, so that you guys can see what is happening. So let me show you the error that I got from the backend, and that's fair enough, because there are kind of constraints that I put in place and make sure that those constraints are being met. So this is the error that I got, and I think the system should also be able to put out that error in case if anything happen. No, I don't know Angular. Angular is one of the last programming language I'm going to learn. Why would I do Angular? Angular is in the minority. So this was not passed. This is the error we got from the backend. Before I did go further, I need to be able to where will I pass the error when such error occur? Let's go to the provider and see how the provider do the set stuff. So this is the set thing happening, right? When the setting thing is happening, it sets and also display error. So what we can do here is to also check for error here. So we can check for error, but where are we going to put the error? Because the screen is oversaturated already here. I have the screen, I have all my work cut out for me here. So it's either I create a global framework whereby you can have error display specially on the top, like a notification. So I think I need to create like a notification bubble stuff to display error. Like when we click here, something should pop up error, not necessarily like putting the error somewhere visible because we've run out of space. I think I should go with let me check a tool that I can use, React notification. So let's see if we have something that will help us for error handling. Let's create a new tab. Can this guy create a new tab? Let's see if we can spin up a new of this. Okay, yeah, it can do that. So let's go to Google and do some stuffs. Now I've seen a package I want to use. I don't know if that is okay. Why is Google just shaming themselves? So I think sometimes some of the pages don't load, but some do load. Like the TREA site that I went to loaded fine. Okay, but I've seen what to use. What I want to use is React notification, but it doesn't look slick enough for me. Let me see if I can get out another kind of notification tool. There's React hot toss, but I think I will just use let me see. Okay, let's use React notification since it's one of the most highly sorted one. We can change it later to anyone. I think they should have. Wow, published 2 years ago. How often is it being managed? Let's see, how often is it being managed? Last published. Version dependencies. So let's go to the Git repo home. This was managed 10 years ago. Let me use something that is more recent. Let's use something that's more recent. I don't know why you guys can't see the screen from here. Let's use something more recent. So who can give me an idea of what to use for my TOS notification? So the one I saw now, React notification, is like is outdated, even though it works, but I want to use something more recent. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna tell the the AI to do something for me, so that it makes the whole thing fun. While searching for something to use, it can create something for me. Okay, sweet alert. Thank you. I know sweet alert. Sweet alert. I've used it before. So why did I forget? Switch alert 2. Wow, I know sweet alert. So but sweet alert is for several things. So because sweet alert is for let me see if it does notification. It's more like for dialog box. So this one is, I want to make it show error top right, but I'm testing it right now and I'm seeing all the feature that it has and everything. So sweet alert is interesting. I think I'll use sweet alert for something else. Maybe if you want to say agree to something or something. Let me see what this guy throw at me. Let me see what it's gonna use. Tostify. Yes, I've also used Tostify before. Tostify. Let me check Tostify and what it says. React Tostify. Yeah, that's 15 days. In fact, who is that person? Thumbs up to you. Nice one. This is the best. I like what I'm saying. So we're gonna use Tostify. So I will tell it using Tostify. What will I do? Catch any error while using use address, right? So this is what we're gonna tell it to do. So let's go ahead and see how it's gonna implement it for us. This is the IDE I'm using. This is TREA AI. That's the IDE. So I see this toss notify. I've not used toss notify before. I don't think so. I've not used it before, but it looks so awesome. It looks cool. Great job to those people that worked on it. So this guy is thinking and seeing how he's going to implement it, but I can start, telling you how it's going to implement it. It's going to look at when there's an error. It's going to add error here and see whenever there's an error or message, but error is what I want to focus on. So when there's error, it's going to toss that into the screen, because this provider also has, error. I also export error as well, so I can catch that, and whenever it has a value, I can push that to the client, and by using the toss notification. Hey, what's going on? So he said we should run this guy, install React Tostify. So while that is going, it's trying to now do the code for us to implement that section or a bit. Okay, so I guess it has added some things. No, it's still working on it. It's still working on it. Okay, while it's trying to do that, we can focus on the nesting. I think that should so this was the error I said I was getting. I want the error to come out. We don't have to go and be checking inspect elements, or rather to go and check and things like that. So this is the next thing I want to do. While after we must have done this, I want us to create my order page to display current and past orders. So it has done that, and it has added a provider, right, which I think I'm gonna add it on the top level on the entire application, because I think I'll be using this toss stuff, right, a lot. I think so, because it's a good way to get feedback from the system. So remember what I told you guys. I said it's gonna add this error thing, even though I've not used it before, but I could tell that just makes sense. So let's start accepting all the rudiments. These things are supposed to be on the top level on the project, not just here, but let's just accept it and see how it works. Then we can reconfigure it to meet what we need. Okay, we accept all these things. Now this is handling delete. At what point did you delete anything? Am I deleting anything? Okay, yes, if I delete an address, because I was wondering. But I think it should just be smart enough to read this is not the way I would have implemented it, right? If I want to implement it, I would just be watching messages, and when messages comes up, I will just pop it up, right? That would have been, but it's still fine. It's still fine. I'll just accept this, and I will accept this. So it has implemented it for everything, even though we just wanted it to. I don't think we specify which we want it to implement for. We just say go do this thing, and then it went ahead. Let's see how that is panning out. So I'm not deleting anything. I will just say set default. Of course, I'm expecting error. This is good. Failed to set a default address. So this is what I was expecting. So the AI tool I'm using is Cloud 3.5 Sonnet. This is cool. This deletes address deleted. So I don't need to. It's not everything I like to do notification for. Some things should just be obvious. Well, we can argue it. I don't want to argue, but I like this. So, but I'll prefer it on the bottom, right? Anyway is cool. So we are trying to fix the set default. I would have loved it to show me the error, but I already know the error. But it's fine. We don't need to be exposing ourselves to the world and saying this is exactly what the error is. So the error is because we didn't set shipping address. Because when I'm posting, now I want to use 2 stone to kill 2 birds. Hey guys, please send in likes so that people can know that we're here. We only have 1k likes. We're supposed to be doing 5k likes for now. So please send in likes so that the platform can see that we're relevant. Okay, let's move on. So we are missing this part. Let me make it show us the full error. Thank you. Your SAS. Okay, so let me see. I want you to see if you can show me the full error message. Okay, let's just go ahead. Let's go ahead and try to fix this. But why is it showing me half message? I want you to show me the full error message. Oh, we didn't implement everything. Hey, this guy has gone to update it on all my code though. I don't want it on all my code. I just want it on the address list page. Don't go and do it here because I'm going to implement it globally anyway. I'm going to implement it globally. Wow. This is taking it deeper. So I'm going to implement it globally, but I just want to do it on here first. So I'm going to do it globally later. It has gone to implement it on several places. So I want to see why it's not giving me the exact error that I want to see. Okay. Oh, the reason is because I have message set to blank. Let me see what I'm pushing to the person when you try to set default or when you try to post. That's save. So the error I'm pushing out is, okay, I'm setting error as error message. Okay. So address deleted successfully. Okay, so this under delete. Okay, this is set default. So let me push error out and see what it will say. Oh, error is just true or false. But it's kind of funny that the error is blank. But I know where the error is. I know where the issue is coming from. I know why it's blank. Aha, so this is it. So why did it say that the error is blank? So this is what I actually want to see, even though this is for a developer. But there's a lot of things you can do. You can create a global flag, and I do this a lot. When you're creating an app, you can create a global flag that says you're in development mode, so that the system will know when to be soft on the error and when to be hard on the error, like when to give you more information on the error. So if you are developing for, like, you're not, like, we are doing development mode now, you can determine that, hey, I want to be explicit and give all the full details, you know, and then specify where the error is. Okay, so what is asking, the error that is giving us is something that I want to address now, and that's the fact that when we are posting, we did not capture the shipping address. There's a format in which the posting should go, which I did not address. I was just posting the object, which is wrong. I was posting the object. So let's go ahead and set the right stuff. So this is to handle that. So I need to create what to post. So it's not just posting the object as it is. This object has ADDR. So this is not what we're supposed to post. It has a way it's supposed to look like. So I'm gonna guess. I don't need to guess. Let me just go to the I will go to this part. So this part is no more needed for now. So I can get the structure for the post. So I can create a TypeScript object interface for it, which I'm gonna do. But let me first of all get the data and how it will look like. So that should be under endpoint and this. So that's save address. This is it here. So this is the structure of how to save. Then we need to create an interface around this. Okay, that interface is going to be where it's going to be inside types and then addresses. So that's for addresses for updates. So it depends on what I want to call it now. Export. Hey, let me see what it's trying to do. This guy has read my mind, but this is not what I want to post anyway. I thought it has read my mind and wanting to do the thing for me. So this supposed to be, do I call it response? What's the interface to put now? Or just say post. I can't come up with a name now, but I think over time I will change that name to actually depict what it is I want to do. So the idea is that that's the data you can post. This is how the data should look like if you want to post anything. Okay, so we have address type. Yeah, we have, these are all addresses. All these are our addresses. So I can't call it address type. So it's more of like address post, because that's the thing. That's how you can post to the server. If you want to create new address, this is the structure it must take, even though I have the address itself. But if you want to post, this is how it should look like, because you have to post it in this form. This one is when you are retrieving from the backend, it comes with this stuff. So let's go ahead and continue what we're doing. I have the string, and then I have, yeah, I know it's not supposed to be different, but that's what I have. So I have this one, Boolean. Then I have number. So this is the part we were missing in the backend. So this is now my address post. I can go and say I have constant. Let me see. He's just writing his own code. New address. So this is TypeScript. I started learning TypeScript yesterday. Why is the house number in a string? Because house number can be 33A, 33B, 33C. Yeah, so it has to be a string. So if I have, by the way, what should come here should be address. No, wait first. One after the other. Okay, pass an address, and I'm creating yes, this is TypeScript. And by the way, I just started learning TypeScript yesterday. So how do I use this? So are you using, no. What I'm using is at the bottom. What I'm using is at the bottom of the screen. You will see it at the bottom of the screen. So let me just use, so I have this way. Okay, I can use this method. Will this method work? Where I have the value, and then I have, so what I'm using, let me read it out. Oh, okay, you can't see it. What I'm using is Cloud 3.5 Sonnet. Cloud 3.9 Sonnet. So can I do, yeah, I think so, yeah. Okay, so this one should be, Okay, so let me see. My first try. So I didn't look up this. I didn't use AI. You guys were looking at me as I was doing it. So what I wanted to do is to see if I can pull out this without looking at any documentation. And of course, I know it's still giving me, yeah, because I didn't make use of this inside here. So I'm trying to see if I can, you can try it the way address is equal to this. I don't know if this why you are trying to use. So what I want to do is this. I want to use address posts so I can pass the address post into this, right? So I'm trying to extract all the information from address inside the new structure I'm trying to create here. This ID translates to this translates to this translates to this. Of course, this is where the issue is, where I went deep and then picked the ID of the area, and of course I have to set it to default because that's what this post is all about. That's what this stuff is all about, to make sure that it's set to default. Another thing again I want to do is this save. Then at what point is this save not using the right address? Then let me see if we're type specific on the kind of new address. Where did you get this address from? How did it know that it's going to be using this address? Okay, no, sorry, my bad. I wanted to go to the user address. I want to see what's going on in the user address. So while I'm in the address provider, there's the path to save, except we did not specify. Oh, that's why it says partial address. Interesting. So the partial address means it's not fully address compliant. It's not fully providing all the details that it wants to put in. So maybe that's why it's saying partial address. But now that we have the main thing, I don't know if it's gonna affect what I'm doing, but we should be passing the address type into it. Address. How is it supposed to be written? Let me check. I think we should just put address type, address post. So this should be what we should have there. Okay guys, fingers crossed. Let's see if it's working, if it's gonna work the way we expect it to work. If I click set default, we should have all good. Now this is bad because part of the system I designed is that only one particular thing can be set as default. But even though I know that code is working, because if I refresh, only one of them will be default. It's not both of them that will be default. So if I refresh, only one is going to be set as default. So I think I did not refresh the entire page again when I'm done. So I need to be able to update that everything should be changed. So I need to go back to the provider and set that. So what I need to do here is because I manually set it to default here. There's some stuff going on here. I manually update the address. I'm not getting the address back from database. It's manually done here. So what I want to do is I want to, by default, I'm trying to see what I want to do here, because alternative is that whenever I save, I should get all the data, but I want to make use of the fact that I have the data archived. So what I can do is whenever I save, because what if I didn't change the status? That's another thing. What if I didn't change the status? So I will give it a complex task to do. Not complex, but I know it will figure it out. I want to close every other page so that it doesn't go and think that I needed to implement it on other pages that are opened. So what I want to tell you to do is not pretty complex, but it's just straightforward. I will say, while saving in the save function, in address provider. While doing that, what should happen? Check if the address post is true. Address post.default default is true. Then if true, what should happen? If true, it should clear, make all addresses in address state false, and make the current the just saved one true. Okay, so let's go and do that one for us, right? So while it's struggling with that, because I don't want to start cracking my head around this, let it figure it out. And I've done it before in the backend, right? I did it in Go and it got it. Yeah, this is React, but I'm using TypeScript to do this. Okay, while it's trying to figure out that, we are still in number one. The next part is to create other page. We've created the page. It's just for us to now have, it's render something, because now it's pretty blank. So now we're going to tell this guy to do everything for us. So it has started doing something interesting. So what it did was what did it do here? Okay, where is the check? It didn't check. I told you to check first. There's a reason why you're supposed to check first. Okay, I'm gonna believe you're smarter than me for now, and then let's see what you're implementing. Let's save, let's check, and then you see why I'm saying that we should check first. Let's go ahead and give it a try. I think we've added everything that I said it should do. So if we go to the address section, and I will add a couple of addresses, and then so that you guys will see what's going on. So we did set at default, which is cool. This part is working, set as default. This is the new thing we add. So this is the new button we did. So we should click this, and this should be the default thing. It worked, so I don't need to argue with the code. The code works. So this is what we're expecting. So if I click the middle one, that should be it. And again, if you don't want that loading effect to take away the whole scene, we can do something about that loading effect. Even though it's annoying that everything has to go away. These are very cosmetic stuff. Let's see how we can implement that loading so that it doesn't annoyingly take us away from the entire page. It should just give us an idea of what's going on than just wiping off the entire page. I suppose that's under address list. We have that under address list. Where's the address list? That's under page checkout, address list. Now it's gonna be not that very difficult to manage, but you should know that we track each loading state. This loading here is tracking the loading of anything that is called loading. That's what it tracks. So it then means that we need to track smaller things as well, maybe when we are setting default. So what do we do now? First of all, if I remove this loading effect safe, make a check. If you remove the loading effect, it just appear without saying anything, which is another thing you don't want to do. You want to create the waiting response and feedback. And I don't know if it's safe to add it here to make this loading attached to this one alone. Okay, let me try it. So even though let me try something. Let me see how it shows first. Okay, it shows the full screen is that one. So even though if you want to do some form of, if you want to, okay, that one will still affect it. Except to use effect to just capture the first time it loads, so that one handles the first loading effect and then doesn't capture the subsequent loading anymore. Okay, I'll use effect for that, so that only capture when the component load first, then subsequent loading will be set on this. Let's go and see the subsequent loading first before we use effects to disable this. So subsequent loading will be, because anything that has to do that we need to go back and forth is edit and delete. Even delete self is not going back and forth. It's just supposed to action on it immediately. So let's see where we have those stuff. So we can have the set default here, and we need to change the icon. Is there any icon there? Okay, so we need to disable it. Let me see, disabled. So let me see, if we now do this, you can see that it's disabled. The disabled got activated, so that should give us like loading effect. This is not HTML. This is React, guys. This is React. So that loading, disabled everything we have here, except we want to go into when it was clicked. So this is the easy way out, guys. This is the easy way out. We just disable it. It kind of give a form of like something is going on. Something is going on kind of vibe. That's what it kind of give. So a delete button, we implement it, but I'm going to turn this into a button. So if you delete, so it's still okay. Yeah, I think that's fairly okay. So I'll just say in address list, only show loading when the page loads for the first time. Before you start using what I did not ask you to use. So that's TXX. Did I type in the wrong? I typed in the wrong extension, but that's fine. So guys, we are also streaming this on YouTube. Make sure you go to our YouTube channel. We have several videos on YouTube that will benefit your life. We have several training courses. If you're interested in learning, make sure you head straight to our YouTube channel, and don't forget to give me a follow. Subscribe to our YouTube, TikTok. We're also on Kick, TikTok, and which other platform? We have all these other platforms that we're also in. Okay, let's see what it has done. So it's setting some stores for us. Benny, why you know import the thing yourself now? And you're supposed to be smart though. You're supposed to be smart, you know, right? Okay, so that should load. So if we do this now, that would never load again. That, annoying button will not come up again. So this, I want this on full screen, but I don't think we need to put this initial load though. I think use effects, only happens one. Okay, when the data changes, we need to do that because this standard changes whenever you are dealing with this. When you are dealing with this, But even though, okay, we need to track a particular variable. So let me try something, because I think this one is a long process. It's a short process that you can use to track this stuff that this guy is doing for us. You can just do, oh, we still need to, I don't think this method is going to work. Let me give it a try. No, we can't have this inside here. Oh, constant care. No. No. Nah. Sorry I ever tried that. So let's continue, guys. Okay, so this only run once, which is what I want to implement. Once you come to here, you really see that once, if you are doing other activities, it doesn't come up. Other activities doesn't come up in other activities. Hey, what error was that? What error was that? Okay. What failed? But I thought we fixed this. Or the address does not exist anymore. Did we delete it? I thought we fixed that. Okay. So when we now did this, okay. When we did this, the guy got. So if you play with it too much, it gets an error. Do I want to go down this rabbit hole and start fishing for while this is happening? I guess I kind of have an idea. Because when it's set back, I guess I kind of have an idea. Whenever you are revisiting it again, the element has changed. Kind of. But I'm not going to touch this for now. I think we should fix it. Yeah. So whenever you see a bug, try as much as possible to fix it immediately, because it's just going to get lost somewhere, and it will come and haunt you some other time. So the problem is that when we return the data, I guess that this part was missing in the data that was set back. And when you run this, so it means at some point we lost the data, and that could be attributed to where our data is coming from. So at what point did we set our data? So it's at this point. Remember that we are setting the data manually, which is here. So when we save, we set the data manually because we already have the data inside addresses. So we must make sure that while setting the data, we also set that section. So that part is having issue. So we need to inspect what is coming from when we set, we need to inspect the value again. That's the only way we can know what's going on. So at each point that we set, you need to check the value. That way you are assured of what's going on. So okay, I think I know what's going on. I think. Because when we are saving here, we are not holding the full address that has the shipping area. that has this one. We are only holding the partial one that have gone to change, so it has affected our info. Except we change the structure of what we are receiving from this interface. Okay, I hope this actually fixed it, but let's go ahead and try. I hope it fixes it. So it goes down to the type. We need to do away with the type that we have here. This type needs to go, and this type needs to be the major type we're posting. That's one of the things that will fix it. Because we've extracted this from this, subsequently when it's updating its information, it's going to be missing this. So when we are posting, we need to make this a thing that we need this to be in this form when you want to post. So we're going to touch quite a lot of the application, and follow me as we go. I just deleted this. Now I'm telling that we need addresses. It's going to affect the entire part of the system. It's going to affect the entire part of the system. So we just told it that we need address, and I'm assuming this one will just fix itself. Assumption. So I'm assuming it to fix itself. Okay, that is done here. We then need to know how we are pushing the data. That's under the address list. The address list contains, that's where we are pushing what we are doing. So instead of doing this way, we're not doing this one anymore. We are now just sending the address directly. We're sending the address directly to who needs it. Okay, we're sending the address to who needs it. But the problem now is the backend in the provider. Is that what they need? No, that's not what is needed in the backend. So I have two choices to do here. I can either, I think it's better to repair it from this part, so that I just give it what it needs. This is the data. I can extract the information from here and create new data. Yeah, I think I can do it this way. So I can come here and say my new data or refined data, anyhow you want to call it, is fine, is equal to as, I think I would then need that address type again. I'll still need this one. I'll still need this. So, yeah, so I'll still need it. So this will now be ID. This will be this dot ID. We need to import this. So majorly what this post is for is just for the posting phase, so that whenever we build that finish, we will now have it inside here. Okay, let's continue building the interface. So I want it to add all the things for me automatically. Will it, or it's just doing its own thing? Yeah, that's it. So that way I don't stress myself. Okay, of course it misses this part. So this part is supposed to, that's where it's causing the bone of contention. So gets the ID from here. I'm building an e-commerce application. Why is this one having a constraint? Oh really? There's no ID inside here. Interesting. So now that the ID is there, let's give it a try again and see if that error will persist. But I doubt if it will persist. Let's give it a try. So let's refresh it so that we have a clean, start. We do set default. Hey, it's not even setting default again. Hey, voila. Oh my god, oh voila, we don't spoil the whole thing. Okay, So set default is not working again for some reason. Okay, we've passed this one to this. These are our new data, right? And that's what is needed. ID. Okay. So, but first of all, is the data that is being passed, is it correct? That's another thing. The data that we're having here, is it correct? So let's go and check in the list if the data coming in is correct. So obviously it's correct. It is correct. The data is correct. Let's check nevertheless. Yeah, that's our address. So this is where we, humbly use our console log and see what the heaven is going on there. This is not Python. You are not close at all. So I'm going to share what I'm seeing to you for you guys to see what's going on. So I want to go to the addresses and to look at what is happening. I think I'll find a way to paste what I'm seeing so that you guys will see what's going on. So as I set default, it worked, but it was not done properly. So I think the issue with these bits of setting default, if I refresh it, let me see if it's remember that that's working. So the setting of default is not working. Let me check. Let's check something. Okay, so let's see how the posting works. Apparently the posting is not posting what we need it to post to. The posting is doing its own posting. It's not doing our own posting. Or maybe because I'm not adding the console log in the right place. So the posting is supposed to be posting this new address post. So let's console log what is here, because I'm seeing something different entirely from in the browser, which is totally shocking. So let's get to see what I'm going to show you guys what I'm seeing. Okay, this bug has translated to something else. It has translated to something else, and we must find a way to fix the bug. And that's why I wanted to make sure that what is being sent from the local is the same thing as what is being, the requirements across board. That's one of the reasons why I want to maintain the consistency across board. So I think we should go and maintain the consistency across board, even though I think that the major problem is coming from here as well. This is also causing some issue. This one is also causing its own issue. So let's go and let's make it consistent. Let's make it consistent. We're not doing Flask. Oh. This is not Flask. When we are doing Flask, you can ask the Flask question. is once you get to Flask, you can ask your question. Make sure you are following so that you don't miss out when we get to that part. So that you don't miss out when we get to that part. If its address saves as default, update all. So which data do we have here first of all? I'm kind of curious. What gets returned here? I'm kind of curious. So this is the response from the backend. The problem now is that the backend even responded with the same thing. It's not responding with the objects. That's what the backend is responding with, which is kind of strange. Except if because this one is set to any. So what if I set it to, but even if it is set to any, it should work. Okay, no, it shouldn't be post, it should be address, like so. Because this one is supposed to return addresses. So that this one now becomes the address like this. So let me check what this is returning. Let me give you guys a visual look of what's going on so that you guys are not in the dark of how I'm making all this magic happens. So let me show you what's going on. That's my database. Need to change the mode to another mode so that you can see the interface that I have. I'm using Opera. Yep, that is it. Okay, studio mode. Guess it's a little bit manageable. Just bear with me. I think it's better than not seeing anything for now. Okay, so I wanted to see what's going on. I just made an update here. And I wanted to see what's going on in the back end. So if I cleared everything, refresh and try to save. So I want to see what I'm getting. Yeah, I'm getting this. Yes, I'm seeing one of the issues now. Okay. But this was working before. That's another thing I wanted to state. So it was working before. So let's see if the data is coming from the backend to know where our issue lies. Now, this is where our issue lies. Our issue lies from the backend. The data is not coming from the backend. It's null here. it's null here. It should have something. Checking it here, you can see that data is having something, but in the backend it's not having anything. Let's see what's responsible for that. Let's go to Golang and fix that bug. That's why if you see a bug, try as much as possible to kill it immediately, or else it will gravitate into something else. So if we go to that ID is 15, and I can also demonstrate that here. If we go to the REST API call, and what we are doing is we are getting customer, we're getting the address. So this is the address to get, oh, this is delete. Yes, this is to get the address. So if I send this, I need to authenticate myself. I need to log in. So that's me logging in. Where's my, that's me getting token. Then this is me logging in. Yep. And then this is us calling the get addresses. Where's the address again? Yes, 15. So we call this now. You can see that this part is empty. So this is where the bug is. We are not setting the address. Even if we had gone to make sure that this is what we're going to be expecting from the user, we are still going to be getting, this part here. I definitely know where the error is coming from. So let's go to Golang and fix this. How do we get there? We search for this is my very local way of finding what I want quickly. So this is where one of the things is at the point where I'm getting the sales address. This is the customer sales address. I also did, I'm using Gene with Go ROM. Yes, Go RM. Yes, Go RM. That's what I'm using. And if you did not specify that you want to get shipping address, that's where you have null most of the time. Now, what is responsible for this is our posts. We need to work our way back to the routes when you are, getting this information. And to get that information, we come through, this is it here. So, oh, that's delete. So come here, get addresses, jump down to get customer address by ID. Then we call the DOA. Let's now go and look for the DOA, which is here. Okay, this is where the thing is happening. Now that you run this, now you will notice that we did not preload the shipping area. That's what happened. We just get it in the surface level. So how do you preload? Is by preloading. So we just say preload. What are we preloading? Shipping area. And you are done. This will fix, I guess it should fix our issue. Let's try to execute the code in the backend. Let's build it. Let's build the baby. Don't forget to go to our YouTube page to actually follow. Go and follow us, subscribe. We are on YouTube, TikTok, Kick, and Twitch as well. Go and follow us. And if you've been watching this, you are not following, you are not helping, or sure you follow. And we need to get past 1K, guys. We're supposed to be doing 10K by now. We need to get past 1K follow. The time is 12 o'clock. So we need to get to at least 30 people viewing so that I can also be up. Let's go ahead and see. Let's run the tests to see if it's still working. If I click on the 15, now you can see that it's giving us the address. This is giving us this address. I hope this will fix our issue. Strongly hope to fix our issue. If it does not, I will not be happy with myself. So let's hit the hot refresh. give it a try again. Shipping address, we set as default. It did not work. I'm not happy right now. However, is it giving error? It's still giving error. So it didn't work. But let me check something. Let me see what is happening in the console area to see if we, because this is where we're going to be debugging the whole thing. So first of all, I see that, let me make sure that I'm looking at the right thing. Debugging can be so serious. So when I said this, we have this one set. Now the new data that we're posting, which is okay, because our data has to come like this. This is how we need to post, which is fine, and that's why it didn't give us any error. And this one, I'm guessing, is it's still coming with 0. This is still coming with 0. Why is which? And I don't know which one is this. I don't know where we are calling this console. So I need to go and look for the console we're calling. I think it's this one on the bottom. So let me make sure that it's the one at the bottom. So I'll tag it properly, and then I'll do like this so that everybody knows who your daddy is. So if I click on this, the first one is this, yes. So the second one is for some reason missing the information that we're supposed to provide here. You need to also check that information is being the information is not provided, or Benny. So this information is not being supplied here. Let's check very well, guys. Let's check very well. So if you refresh, we're hitting on something. You can see that the shipping address is blank, right? But if you look at our testing data show that we are supposed to have something. Our testing data. So who can tell me what is going on? This is the kind of scenario where you have error in line so, and you're not seeing any code in that line of code. So what is going on here is that you need to, I think I need to restart the server for some reason or something. Like, let's try and refresh something and see what comes up from that. Maybe it's pulling the code from the cache or something. So let's run that again. So fingers crossed. Let's hope it won't give us null this time around. So if I go to my console, both of them should be giving me the same data. Rather, it shouldn't be giving me null here. My brother, it's still giving me null. So this is where I need to check. Now, what I need to do is I need to manually check it from here. Okay, so good. Let's check it from here properly. So we'll leave the app alone because the app is not the problem now. It's our REST API that is the problem. So what we're calling is the get, which should work. So this one here is what we need to work with. We know the ID of what we're trying to update, which is 15. And we want to set the default to be true. So this should always return data, but from here it's saying that it won't return, which is what is giving us here. So we need to convert this. We need to fix this, guys. We need to fix this. How do we fix this? Let's go to the posting. So we'll go back to the Golang. The issue is still inside the Golang. And by the way, I think we were supposed to go and check posts and not get. We were checking the get instead of us checking the post. So let's go and check the posts for DAO, which should be here. No, that's something else. Yep, that should be it. So let's see what happens. Now I think I can see the problem. So here we are not also preloading. We're not preloading. So what we would have done here is to actually, what's the purpose of this? To get the customer information, and we load inside here. So hold that thought here. I want to reuse a function that we have, and that function is get customer by ID, which is, where's that guy? Delete customer, save customer, and that would have saved us all this thing because we already have it fixed here. This is the code I just added now. So instead of us manually writing the query, that's what happened here. We're manually writing the query. So the issue is that we didn't add preload here. I'm gonna comment this guy out and come and do something like this. Do I want to let me escape the error? I know it's not going to allow me to escape the error, but I can just do this guy. In fact, since it's something I want to do, I'm not shying away from it. I could as well just do something like this. Okay, then have I defined customer address before? Because that would be an issue. Then this is from DAO. Okay, so who is the sales address? The sales address is this. This is not. Benny, what are you requesting for? Okay, so that should fix what we are trying to do. Or you want this version? This is version 64. Okay, well, that should fix that. Even though I think I don't need to handle the error. I don't think I need the error on that light. The error is following me everywhere. Okay. No. I don't need the error actually. I was monitoring something else. So this should define its own error and handle its own way down. So let's go ahead and build and test this. Guys, our viewership is dropping. Oh, you guys are not sending likes, so thank you. Shall you guys took it to 2K? Let's send likes, guys. Energy. Mokuna, give me energy now. Okay, so let's give it a try. If we go back to where are we coming from now? We're coming from, yeah, we need to go and test it now. So let's give it a try and try and post again. We should see now everything is not working anymore. So that gets part is not working. that get is not working. This part ain't working. We are passing customer and then get customer address by ID. I want to undo this and call the function the way it was here. I'm suspecting this ID. Is not coming in. That ID is a suspect. So let's go ahead. Let me try this method. So what I just did was just to accept it and go ahead. So if this guy is not nil and this guy is not, so that's when it will run this and it will do that. Okay, still not working. So, but let me try this other one. This other one works. The same thing, but this one won't work. Okay, so let me read this stuff. So what I just added was this preload, and that's why I had to call this function, so that I will not make any adjustment at all. Okay, so let me remove the preload. First of all, what am I even calling? Shipping address. Okay. Customer address. Are we talking to the right thing? Customer address, customer sales address. Customer address, customer sales address. Okay, so it's working. I think we didn't save it properly the other time, but I'm curious as at why the function is not executing. So it's working now, but let's now go and see why it's not working. I want to be able to reuse this function, and that's the idea of having functions. I won't repeat myself by, calling other function when there's a function that already does what it is that you're trying to do. And this is the function that we need to call. So it's returning this. I think this is also having an issue with it. Okay, so I want this function to be what should be called here, as opposed to building our own from scratch, because we've already done that before. Let's give it a try again. But this time around, I think I should catch the error if there's any, but I don't think there's an error. I doubt if there was an error somewhere. Okay. It requires, okay, the AO. So it requires the customer ID. So that's the customer ID there. I hope it's not during the conversion to base 64 that is causing this wahala. I hope it's not this conversion that it's causing problem for it. But what I can do is I can put a fixed value there to just see what it does. So if this does not work, I will just put 15 here to see if this works. But let's try this again. Then if it doesn't work, I'll put 15. That way we try to, get to the root cause of the issue and have it fixed. Oh, I didn't disable this one. So this should be disabled because we need to reuse the functions that we've created already. You don't want to create the same function and repeat it in other places. So let's go ahead and give it a try again. So I run this. Yes, it's not working. So there's something wrong somewhere fundamental, and I must get to the root of the matter. So let's go ahead and change this one to 15. I'm guessing something is wrong here. So let me change this to 15 since we know the ID. So we might end up just calling the function individually if something else is happening to this. So let's execute the build and call the function again. So I'm calling it now. Yes, something is wrong with our function, definitely. So the function is not working in that context. So even though we wrote 15 there, it didn't still fix the thing. So this is where I will now go and look at the function and see what's happening in this function. Let's take a look, guys. So I need to compare it with the one that is here because I seriously don't see the difference with the query that we wrote here versus the one that is here. So we have the shipping, because it can be typo sometimes. Shipping area, which is the same thing. Sales customer ID. If you've been doing this for a long time, you know that these things sometimes can be very funny. Okay. Now, this one is passing in this way. Why? But even when we put it manually 15, it didn't still work. So that is not the issue. I can't see a difference, guys. I can't see any difference here. So I'm gonna do something. I can't see any difference between these two. I can't see a reason why both of them are not working or one was not working. Okay, at this case or at this stage, we then have to implement it manually this way. So that's the solution, because I've seen, except I ask, let's ask why this is not working. Let's ask AI. Maybe it will see something we can't see for some reason. So I will tell it when I do this, then what point was I? So let's see if it's going to figure out something for us that we didn't see, because I've tried to look at it and I can't see any difference between the code. This is identical code, but it's not just working. I know it has, I think the pointer doesn't have anything to do with it yet, because I've seen the pointer and we've also passed in the value directly using 15. We can't see anything. Let's see what AI is going to do for us. If it's going to find something, if it doesn't, we do it, we repeat ourselves. If it does, then hooray. Okay. Did I see that? Oh, I think I see something. Okay, you just added model. So you just added model for us. That was the only thing it did. Could that help? Let's try it. Even though, like I said, this is working perfectly. Let's try it. That could be a thing. So if I do, let's go ahead and save and then execute and see what results we have there. I didn't even read what are the things that is trying to convince us that is the issue. But anyhow it is, let's see. Let me first do the get. The get always work. It's at the point when we are posting that we have that issue. It didn't still make a difference, it didn't still make a difference. Didn't still make a difference. Customer address. So this part is not being saved properly or what? Okay. Another thing I just noticed is that I think I've noticed something. I think one is a pointer. This is returning a pointer to me. I think the fact that this is not a pointer is an issue. Yeah, I think this is the one causing issue for us. But okay, so I think I have an idea. What if I do current customer AD ADR? Will this work? So this way we have in this way we have this as opposed having this one. Okay, I'm having a gut feeling that this is the problem. So do we need to specify? We don't need to specify a pointer anymore, because the value ooh, is a pointer already, so new one should just go and save this thing and then go. But then what happened to so how far once I now save this one, what then happened? I did not save this one inside it. So I need to terminate what I'm doing. But what is returning is a pointer. But what if I specify this from the beginning? I don't think this, so let me give it a try. Let me give this a try. And if it doesn't work, we would end up doing it manually. Okay, so let's run that. Let's do the get first. The get always works. It's the save that puts us in trouble. It didn't even return anything. It didn't even run the data at all. So didn't even run the data at all. So it's safe to rerun the query like so. We'll spend some time here. So this is what we should be doing, unfortunately. So if I give it a try now, if I give it a kick and try to post, I don't even know if this will solve our problem. So this is working for now. Let's go to the interface and try to see if this will, do something new. If I do, let me refresh the page now and give it a try. So I set the first one. Okay, it's not still giving me what I want, but at least it's not giving me an error anymore, which is cool. Good to know. It's not giving me an error anymore. So, but even though I think it has set as default, if I refresh the page, we should have, nah, it's not setting as default. Now that's another thing entirely. It's not setting as default. So let me see if the command is sending through to set it as default. If it's not, that's something else entirely. So yeah, it's not getting the command to set as default. I would have thought as much. So let's see why the command is not being sent to set as default. And the person that is in charge of setting the command is, let's remove the console log we have here. Yeah, we didn't set it here to be true because we're supposed to override what is happening. We're not supposed to make any adjustments here. The adjustment we are making is from the address list. The address list sender, when they click set default, we should get the information and override the default to be true so that when it goes in here, it gets updated. Let's now give it another try. So Let's use this guy this time around, and let's refresh. Oh, I just signed out. And by the way, the system auto sign in every time. Let's give it a try quickly. So we'll have this, we'll set as default. This is working well now. Oh, finally. It's over 30 minutes we've been testing this. So this set at default, and no more errors. No more errors. This is where I would have loved the button to come at the bottom, but it's fine. So this is working the way we want it to work. It's working well. So if we have more addresses like so, immediately you set something as default. Come on, I thought we fixed this. So I need to find why this error is coming up. This guy is going to kill me today. So let me bring up the interface and set why and check why the error is coming up. If I come to here and try to randomly create stuff, yeah, of course it's because of so many things that we just added. So let's see what is happening in the console log, or this part here. I need to monitor the error, but let's see if it's creating the address. I doubt it. Oh, it didn't even post. I see no posts. It didn't even post. It didn't even leave the screen to post. So let's see what's happening. That's at the point of creation. It's not even trying to post anything. So is it? Yeah, I think we stopped implementing something at midway. I didn't tell it to go and do that for me, and maybe got upset. They messed up with my page. That is update address. So at some point it was trying to do its thing here, which I don't know what it was doing. So it must have messed up with something for us here. So address from value. What is address from value? So address from value should be the same thing as what? So if I think this is a better name, address from value. I think this is a better name. So the same thing as this. So we can remove this and replace it with address from value. So of course this guy is gonna scream, but we got you. Okay, it's high time to delete this set of codes. Let me look for address. Post if there's any more. I don't want surprises. Okay, so that was in use. So we're trying to check the update address field. So something definitely went wrong here, which I'm trying to figure out. So it just screamed error on the screen, and we don't know where the error is coming from. So I need to see who is responsible for the error management. Let's see, house address, house number. So this is where the error is initiating from, or where? I need to see why that error came up. I'm not seeing any sign of the error. The error just came out from nowhere. It just says error. I don't know who is sponsoring this error, but it's not funny. So, for lack of an idea for now, I'll tell you to fix the error on the page. Fix error on the update address page. Even though I can't see an error now, I think we must have introduced something that has affected the view. So go ahead, you found something, so let's see. Come up with it. Let's see. Don't be shy. So he wants to do better error handling for us, because I don't know how that error came to be. If you started with us, you will notice that we did something, so I stopped something midway. I should have allowed it to complete. Okay, this is it here actually. So like I said, this toss notification is something that I'm gonna make entirely a full thing. I'm gonna enable it totally in the entire app. This is so much now, guy. I don't like plenty code. I don't like plenty codes. This is so much. This is so much now. So let's see now. So it's now saving, but I don't know why it gave us so many option here. I don't like the fact that we have so much boiler codes here, and this is trying to do several things, too many things at the same time. I don't like these boiler codes. Undo submit. Okay, so it's about time to take this toss notification to a higher ground, because we're going to be needing it in the entire application. So I will be introducing it from which part of the app? I think I'll be introducing it from app. So I will. Why did we have all this green? What just happened? Who requested that you go and update my code now? Okay, let me accept. Even though I don't know what I'm accepting. Okay, nothing special. Then this is where I'm bringing the toss notification thing. Also, let me see main, for example. I think it should be inside main for some reason, because I want to also wrap. Okay, I think I didn't accept all these things well. Then I need to introduce the toss notification thing here. I need to cut this one. Now the toss container needs to be inside the main. I'm not using the toss itself. I what level will I put it? Let me put the level of the app. Okay, so that I can remove it in every other places that they find themselves. Removing it here. Oh, this is the main one. Removing it, removing this one here, and removing this one here. Removing which other part? Removing this guy, and removing this one. Okay, so let's give it a try again and see what if our toast notification is still working. Set defaults, but voila, set defaults. Edit, save. So this took us forever. Spent several hours trying to debug. Eventually we've done this. So we have create my work order page to display current and past orders. Okay, so how do we do this? We go to do I have a page for it already? Okay, by the way, I don't like the way we are having all this error stuff coming up. I need to fix it. So I already know what this one is complaining about. So anything red, I don't like it. I don't like it. So let's deal with it now. Let's deal with the red style. I know what this one is going to ask us to do. It's going to say we should create an interface. Infer. No, don't use unknown. Why is it going to use unknown? I want to use I want to do type interface for it, but it should not just be only error. It should be okay. Just say any for now, so that it just give us breathing space. But I would like to create a type for it. Where is this error coming from? There's one more error we need to treat and I can't find it. There's one red thing coming up here, but it's not pointing to any error. Okay, so no error here. Eventually it's gonna give up and then discover that I am the winner. Okay, so let's see what we have under creating work order or creating order page. We go to cart, page, checkout, account. Where should we put? Should we create another page called order? Okay, I think I should do that, even though it's not necessary. Order should be under where? Is it under checkout? We have several things under checkout. We have addresses, we have page, even though I know it can be under accounts, but I want to create account for something else. Order lists. Okay, so we need to create a use order provider. What do I want to do with the provider? I don't think I need to use order provider. I just need to be able to get the order. So I need to feed it with some information on how the order looks like. from the Golang? Do we need to give it that information, or let it just display, let it do its thing and display for me, since I'm not ready to do anything on this page yet. Create a page called order page. I think I should call it order page. So I'll just be very straightforward, and let's see what it brings out from here. No time to start worrying about what to do. It wants to do a clean UI for me. By all means, go ahead, knock yourself out. I don't mind. I will use anything that you give to me. So I've already designed the backend in terms of the REST API needed. So, and I can show you guys that if we go to the endpoint here, you see routes. Where's the routes? Yeah. No, I was supposed to go to routes. So I've created everything that has to do with the order. You could actually get a specific order or all the orders, and also you could delete. So even though you can't delete, no, you can't delete actually, but you can post an order like create sales order. That's after payment has been confirmed. So I've actually created those endpoints and we are good to go. I think I'll still need to use order. I'll need order provider. I just remember that I will need order provider. Let me see how it will even create an order provider for me if he needs to create one. Okay, what is this? So let me see what he has done for me in terms of the interfaces. He made use of all the components that is used to, and this is what he decided to do in terms of fetching the API from the backend. Yeah, it has forgotten all what I taught it. Customers order, because we have that here. Sales customer orders. It's supposed to pass in the credentials as well. It didn't pass it. It didn't pass the credentials. So the orders, you don't need any ID. You're supposed to pass in the credentials. Include. I already taught you these guys. So we're fetching, we are getting. So there's no consistency. So of course I'm going to change all these codes. So I'm not impressed with what it has given me. I'm going to write my own code. Of course, that's because I did not specify on what exactly I want. So it just did this thing and was able to come up with this. Let's go to create the page so that we can land ourselves to order lists. So if I go to the app, we have a set for displaying all the orders. So this does not exist, just have order lists, and we're supposed to do order page, and that's supposed to show. What in the heaven is this? Okay, that's our error page happening there, but that's not even the interesting thing I want to do. Okay, so that being said, unknown token, let me check what the error is all about. So if you guys look at the error screen being generated, this is as a result of let's look at the network request. So let's make use of use provider, order use provider. That's what I'm gonna do straight away. So thank you for your efforts, but I will use my own code base to do my thing. So we got providers here. I'm gonna duplicate this provider that we have here, which is we're gonna call it order provider. Then I'm still not knowing why this part is giving me sign for error, and I'm going to kind of delete quite a lot of code. I'm gonna use order context. So let me go to hook and create order context. It's more of like a boilerplate stuff. Okay, smart guy. So I need to create that guy. Smart guy. So I just created all those boilerplate stuff. Then let's go address the elephant in the room. Okay. For now, I don't know the type that I need for now. I know the type I need, but not ready to pull that off. So this should be order provider. So we should be able to get all the orders, then set orders, then this should be order. So therefore we can start going to create a type of orders needed. Where are the type system, guys? So we do interface. I'm still new to TypeScript, guys. Still new to TypeScript. How many days old now? 2 days old to TypeScript. So we do order number. So I need to get all the columns that I need in the order. I'm not sure how the column is gonna look like, but I know that it's gonna contain quite a lot of things. So let's start thinking. I don't need the user information. I already have all those things. Yeah, I'm gonna have the date. Date is very important. I've not used date and time in date. How do you specify date in? So whosoever, anybody that is listening there, how do you specify dates in TypeScript? Do you have a date as a type in TypeScript? Let me know. So I'll use string for now. I'm assuming we don't, because if we do, it's supposed to give me a sign that we do. So if we do, let me know, guys. Someone should pause me and let me know. So we want to kind of have like status objects. There's this object status, which I'm gonna work with. Then there is total. What other thing do I want to capture? Okay, I also want to capture items. It's always items. Items gonna be order items. And notice that, is it in front or at the back? I'm gonna leave at the front. So we also need the status. Even though the status is just a very small thing, the name. So this is gonna be ignored for now, because this is how data is being rendered at the back. Then we also need to manage the other items. We need the ID. Not that that is relevant for me. I don't think I need the ID of the other item. What I'm generally focused about is the item, which is 1-to-1. Then we need to import that guy. So we need to import that item guy, so that fixes that. So this is more of like how our structure is gonna look like for the rest of the day, but we need quite some more information, because we need to know the quantity, which is number. We need to know the price that you bought it, number. And for now, those are the things I need to bother myself around. Then we can now go back to provider in peace and continue. So we want to be able to import all these things we've just talked about. Order. For now, let's deal with order. Nothing like set default order. Loading, yep, we want to keep the state of loading. We want to know the error. We want to have message happening. The base should be customer. I think I want to do sales order. How did I call the endpoint? Did I add customer to the endpoints? Yeah, I think I did add customer to the endpoints. But let me check. Let me give it a check. I did add customer to it. But anything sales is from customer. Customer order. So those are the endpoints. Well, let me remove the order so that we can. That's the endpoint. So I can just call it endpoint. Okay. This is where I will tell this guy to go and get to work and do the needful for me. I also want to be able to post order. So what do I want to do here? Okay. I want to leave this as a boilerplate so that it knows what to do. It has even started building it for myself. Let me leave it for it to figure out. So function to get address by IDE. I remove this. So this should be to post. Okay, this is to save, or is this say okay? Best way is to create. So create is a reserved word, I guess. Okay, it's not a reserved word, so we can use it. I will then clear all these things because I want this guy to create it for me. I don't want to start writing all these things. But which other parts? This get error. I can just leave it like so. We ain't deleting anything. So this is where I have my other context. And I'll let this guy build the rest for me. So go ahead and complete it. Knock yourself out. Where are we here? Okay, so we have something. Let's see what we have and work with it. It has done some work for us. We have this. What did it change here? Are you serious? You're changing my code for me? Okay, so it did that. It did the create. It did this and added this for me. Okay, so we have the other information to be created. That's good. That's good. Let's make use of these. I need to fix this problem. I think that's the same thing that this other one will be also asking for. You create a problem, why not fix it? Are you kidding me? I don't want this. Response is in this. What the? So like I said, I need to create an interface of a response that will be coming back, so that way I don't start writing this every time, because that's one of the things is complaining here as well. Even though it does not complain here, it will still come and complain. But I did have something here so that I can have it wrapped in a particular place. I don't need to do it this way. I wrote a function for it. What happened? Totally ignored the function. It totally it did its own thing and ignored. So because I have this for you to use, but no, you didn't think it was wise for you to use, and then you did your own thing yourself. Wise, huh? So return message. Okay, still looking for you. Now the next thing we need to do is to call the use provider for you. That's use order. I think I have use order created now. Yep, I have it created. We'll then go to the other page, and instead of doing this, we'll just call use order. Straight up. So we have consts order error loading. is equal to use order. So we've defined all these guys. We've done this. Only that they won't match what it is that we've done or what he has done. We import use order. That is needed. We import order. What else do we need? We remove, do we need to authenticate user for where did they use? Okay, we use it to get some information which is not needed, so I'm going to remove this guy. We didn't need this for anything for now. This login, no, we already have that covered in the beginning of the app. We remove this. We're not setting this, we're not loading anything, we're not setting error. Remove use states. We are still not thinking about using this. Remove this guy. It's loading, full screen loading. I'm using TREA, TREA.ai. That's what I'm using to code. Okay. Our order is not being used. Okay, I think we should call these orders instead of order. I think it will make sense to call it orders. So if we go to our context, okay, yeah, it's called orders. So we have that done. And what else do we need to fix here? Okay, let me ignore this one for now. So inside here we have individual order. Has any type? It doesn't have any type, so we need to imply a particular type to it. So we enforce this type and say, do we? Yeah, I think we need to enforce the type here as well. What happened? Didn't we? We did. So you should know that each one of them is what? You should know that each one of them is, you know, order now. You should be smart enough, because we did say order, constant order. This is a function that accepts this, so it should know that these cannot be any. So we can do it this way. I learned something. Where is that guy? Part of the things I learned was to do, it's still inside the types. Was it inside the cards? Yeah, this is where it is. Context value. So we need to also create order context value. So orders is order, but this time around with this, then we need to create the crates. Then carrying order, then returning this. Okay, so this one then needs to be as this, but we need to import it from here so that we can now properly say what these guys are. What is error? I think error should be a string. Come on. Then message should also be a string. What's wrong with my keyboard this evening? Loading is Boolean. Okay, we are supposed to, so now it should be triple smart, but not done yet. Something I wanted to do. Let me see. I did something here. Okay, so let's move on. So now that we are double sure of what we are sending, I don't need to imply that this guy is this anymore. It should ordinarily know that this guy is an order. So therefore, I can now start removing things that doesn't make sense. Status.name. Then this guy can also be .name. Okay. Now, when it now goes to the items, the item we map this. We'll map each of the item. But I need something else, not just this. Just discovered that I need so many things. This is not the list thing I need, so I can't do this one. What if I do something like this? Okay, so we have the item, then we have item, images. I can see that it's using my format price stuff. Okay, so where else am I having error? Error screen. What are the parameters the error screen requires? I need order anymore. Let me review all these codes that it has drawn out for me out of nowhere, because I don't remember asking it to do some of this code check for me, but it has went ahead to do them anyway. Check very well. Just accept all, please. And let me have a break. I teach if you're interested, see the link on my bio. I also have a community, so make sure you join our WhatsApp group. I will be able to, I will gladly love to show you, all those things. See the link on my bio, join my WhatsApp community. I'm talking a intro course, and in using code, I don't understand what you're saying. Please re-express that so that I can get what you're talking about. So how do we get to use our order page? Because we use a provider, we need to be able to say that we're using a provider. And how best can we do that other than saying that we have default function order provider order page with provider, and then we do it this way. This database called Codio, not sure if you've heard of it before. I've not heard of it before. I've not heard about it before. I have no idea what that is. So let's go and call our app section. So we're going to be calling order page with provider. So advice for beginner is go and start learning basics. Don't stay too much time watching videos. Go and practice. Spend your time practicing. That's what advice I will give to beginners. So I'm kind of getting an error, and I'm trying to figure out where the error is leading to. So what I want to do is I want to console log the console, the orders, to see what is happening. So apparently our order is being taken, which is cool. We got our order, but our order is not capturing what it's supposed to capture, right? That is because of the way we are assigning the data from the provider. Data is coming from backend in some formats, not in the correct format. So the provider needs to do a lot of work to understand the data coming in. What does that mean? Here, when the data is coming in, we need to tell it the kind of data that it should set. So the data is inside data. So let me console log this. So we still need to go in one more route to get access to the data. I thought as much. So we need to go one more level to get access to the data. So that's crazy. Let's check if that solved the issue. So if you look at it now, you have that solved the issue for a bit, because this is what we have now. We have the address where the order was shipped to. We have this and that. We have the items, then each of them. So this is what I'm expecting. However, it didn't still stop the error from not occurring. Another error occurred, but we are yet to track it. So the error is around images. So we need to fix this image error issue. Let's see how it occurs. Inside items, we have item. Then we have, okay, so we are not being able to retrieve the image. The image is not being retrieved from the backend. So it's a backend thing. The image is not coming out from the backend request. How do we need to set this? So that can be set quite easily from our API. So our API is, somebody asked a question. I always feel demotivated to code. I feel AI will take over. I hope to land a role in February. I don't know how to help you, but if you've been programming for a long time, you know that Google is a programmer's friend. You know, you literally need to check some stuff up to complete your code. The same thing here. That's what ChatGPT is offering you. You can also check, and it makes it faster for you. So you shouldn't think that it's going to take your job. You should think of it like a tool, and that's how you can best build yourself. Okay, I get this part from, what was I even trying to do? I was trying to figure out the parts, sales orders, get sales orders. So we need to fix this from the DOA. Yep. So the issue here is that we are not preloading the images. This is going to be tight. This is going to be tight. So we preload the item. I need to figure out how to preload the image. Let me just see, so that I will just do one trial and it should just fix it. So this is how I got the images preloading. I hope it will work here. But the item is inside sales order item. What about the item itself? Okay, this is the item itself. Then item.images. So this should preload the images. Technically. Let's get to find out. We can get to find out when we run the, I don't know why I didn't test it, because I can, let's run the endpoint check to see if we have that running there. So we have orders. So this is it here. Let's give it a try. So we are looking for, number one, we even see that the shipment address is missing here, but I'm not worried about that. I don't need that information yet. I'm worried about the images. Now you can see that the images are loading now. But if we want to fix the shipment address, we can do that also. To fix the shipment address, we will need to also preload that information here. You can see that we're loading as much things as we can on a particular query. So we can go and check the order, and you see that we also have the address here. So that's what we're loading. We don't load the shipment address. The shipment address is tied to, that's the shipping area. Let's be very sure what we're looking for. Now the address is not even loaded to start with, so it's blank. So to load the address, we'll do this. So this loads the address. What about if we want to load? Oh, this is already there. By the way, this is already there. So why is it not loading the address? Let's check the second order. Okay, so it's still not loading the address. Let me check sales order. But what you should also check is to make sure that it has a sales address, because if it doesn't have a sales address, there won't be anything to load. So let's say we put this one as SA, just to see if there is an ID there. Because if there's no ID, remember that we just loaded this with sample data, so I'm not expecting much from it. Let me now run it to see if it gives us a value. Yeah, it gives us 7, which means there's data there. There is data there. Let me check if there's anything at 7. So there's no data called 7 anymore. Remember, we delete a couple of addresses at some point. That's interesting. You should not be able to delete address, or you should just disable it. That's to do. You should not be able to delete addresses. I think I will capture that. Address should not be deletable. So I will go and capture that quickly. So 7 address has been deleted at some point. That's why that issue arose. So I just made that address available again. I just enabled that address to be enabled. So before I forget, let's document this and add it to to-do list. Add it to our README. So disable ability to delete address from the clients, from the customer's page. So that API will be removed totally. You shouldn't be able to delete your address. You can edit it, but not delete it, because it's tied to an order, just like as we saw now. If we then give it a try again, we should then be seeing the address. Now the address is showing no service, no shipping area. I'll ignore that. I don't need that information. I don't need that information. However, if you want to load that information, it's pretty simple. I think this stuff is pretty interesting. Ability for you to preload records that you need. It's pretty sweet. I think this should be shipping area. Then just by doing this alone, you will be able to preload that record there. That shipping area that is turning out, you know, blank like that, we just give you the data you need. That's sweet. But like I said, we don't need that level of information going to the client. Okay, the next part I want to work on is, let's see if it's working now. Let's take a look at our app. So how do we check? Let's look at preview. 3000. My order page is now done, but this was generated using the AI. It did the interface for me. I think it kind of looked at my design that I've been doing so far, and my design, this has always been what I've been doing, card in a list, and then is doing that for me, and that's cool. So this order I did so date, and these are the things I bought, and this is the price, which is cool. Same thing with this one. This is the price, which is cool. So I will give it a finishing touch, right? I will touch it a little bit. Let's touch it a little bit. So I think there's too much spacing. I guess. Let's see. Several windows are open. So how do I want to treat this now? Of course, number one, my page must be green. Page status must turn green. So I know there's something that does status page. So I want to do paid. They should be paid and completed. So that I will ignore the other ones for now. Let that one be green. I don't like the way this date is formatted. I don't like the format of the dates, but I will leave that for now. Do I need to highlight the name of the product? I don't think we need to be so serious. This is something that you bought, you forgot itself. So item name shouldn't be bold. This one should be much more smaller. Okay, so even the individual total shouldn't be bold. You've already done this transaction, so rest and enjoy yourself. The total can be bold. Nah, I don't think so. Yeah, but I think everything should actually be small. We are focusing too much on, I think I need to work on my font size. audio fonts should be consistent actually. Then this should be like 50. What kind of date is 111? Is it just throwing some random date at me or what? Are you kidding me right now? This is actually an order number, so but these dates I have no clue what's trying to do. So I just have an idea on the details I want to put on the body now. I just had an idea on the card details, so I want to do a particular style. Oh, no need. I can actually do P0 and M0. There's a design that just came to my mind. Yeah, I like this design, but now I need to be able to separate the body from it. So let me bring back the body, but now I will then need to still put my P0, M0. Yeah, I like this. I like this a little bit. Oh, this is where this thing is happening. So nobody responded. I told you guys I wanted to see how do I capture the date type. Nobody said anything. So let me see if it's gonna give me something for managing dates. So I had to actually specify that it's capital letter D for dates. So there's an interface for dates. Interesting. Okay. Let's move on. So if this is a date, do I need to do new of this, or I can just do that? For some reason, I can't do that. Okay. Let me see what I get as the date type in the backend. Okay, so I was checking out the font size at some point. I need to set it to everything. This is too much now. Oh, wait. No vex, continue. I wanted to actually use a third-party tool, but the idea is that try as much as possible not to import as many things as you can into your project. If you can, if it's just to do something small like this, you can just use your own tool. Like I wanted to tell you to format or to create for me now. Instead of importing a whole library, and the library sole responsibility is just to use one line of function, you could literally do it yourself, and it will just make your own code lighter instead of importing a lot of boilerplates or codes that you won't need. But if you are solely dependent or heavily invested on using several parts of the functionality of the date, why not? By all means, make use of it. But for me, it looks as if this is just the list I want to do. Then why should I go and use a library, right? Okay. So I think this should be okay. For now, I will make it paginated. So over time, you should be able to browse through several pages of your order. So for now, we are settling in here. So I'll create a wish list. This is not a wish list, or this is must-have guy. You just run your own mind. So what I want to do now is make order page add. So I will add pagination to it. So we need to go and disable delete entirely on the order page. Hey, what just happened? So is my order page removed? I've messed up my order page. What did I do? I've deleted the order page. So I think I've removed something at some point in the implementation of what I'm doing. So I removed something. Let's get it fixed. Oh, I had something here. So I removed it, thinking it was nothing. It was something. So this is order page with provider. Okay. So we should be good to go now. Yes, we shouldn't be able to delete addresses. Once you enter an address, no delete button. So I need to remove delete button entirely, and that took me some time to do. Now we have to delete it. You have to learn the hard way. So where's the delete button? Save. So we need to remove the delete button entirely. Wow. Okay, delete has been removed. Let me see if I can fix this once and for all. So what am I trying to do here? Okay, we didn't tell it. We want to infer a type here. Okay, so okay. So anybody implementing the delete now, you're on your own, no? There's nothing like that. Nothing like that. There's nothing like that. So let's go and remove the interface for delete in that button. Shouldn't show anymore. So we'll go to the page, we'll go to the checkout and then address list. Then we'll look for all implementation of delete. We'll remove it. I'm not even hiding it, we just delete it because it's not a function that should exist. It's not a function that should exist at all. So set default, edit, update. What else? We set default. We set default, and we're good to go. If you've added too many addresses, that's on you. I need to also another wish list that I need to add. Wish list that I need to add. The address slash checkouts check out page should only show display address that has been set as default, and there should wait, it was trying to say something, and the rest should show when you click on more. So literally you should not just be seeing all your addresses here until you like click more. So that's like a wish list. I'm not doing that now because I need to first finish all these guys. So I've implemented this. Hooray! Then disable ability to delete address from customers page. So, yeah, hooray! Create my order. Okay, create my order page to display current and past. So my order page has been done. My order. Hey, how you doing? Yo, what's up? Okay, this my order here as I like this. I want to use this somewhere else again. There's an icon I saw that I want to reuse. I'm fine. I'm doing just fine. Hope you're following. Nike. Zion. Nike. Sounds like a Yoruba name. So if I do, what was I trying to implement now? I just saw something I want to implement here. I want to have that love sign here. And I think I should take this one here so that I can see the interface. I'm from Lagos, Nigeria, West Africa. I love that. So that should be like a bit of hearts. Warning. Nah. Yeah, something like that. Pakistan. That's interesting. How you guys doing over there? Hope you guys are doing great. Make sure you're following, make sure you're subscribed, make sure you're hooked in. Okay, you're from Kick. Oh, nice to have you here. Nice to have you here. Okay, good to know. Are you kidding me? We have 25, 225. What kind of code is running here? That's what happens when you ask AI to do stuff for you. It just does nonsense. It does what I call nonsense. Better figure yourself out. Okay, the year is not supposed to get any suffix. So we have what else we need to order on? We need to do on this page. I guess we are done. The next thing I need to do is, I hope you have fixed your issues. The year is not showing. Why in the heaven is the year not showing? And this is the time you wonder that why can't I just do my thing myself? So this is why AI is not going to take over your job, guys. I keep telling people are so scared. The people that are scared are, well, they are still novice, right? So if you're a novice, that's what will happen. You get scared of something like this. What is happening? Better. Better. Total. But is this font size okay? Font size 7. I see the difference. So let me get to see where I am, and I can decide to say I'm done for the day and move on. So using a button to toggle to set default shipping address is done. We kind of fixed a couple of bugs there, here and there, and it was kind of serious. Then create my order page to display current and past order. That was straightforward. Over time, this should be like a thing you can toggle, right? It should be like you can toggle to see more details. But most times when you look at your order, you want to look at it individually, actually, not by the order number. So it's still fine this way. Then disable the ability to delete. We've done that. So the next part is for me to use the account page to update customer information. Very important. The user needs to be able to go to his account page and update email address, phone number, and also change password. That will be the next thing to do, and I'll work on that morning. Then finally, we will implement our payments platform in Golang. So I'm not going to do the payment platform on the client side. I'm going to let the server, handle, because I need to confirm the amount that is going to, the amount that I will say here, I need to confirm it that it's the same thing with what is in the database in the cart before payments can then proceed. Because I know we have so many people that are trying to beat the system. Well, let me see some of the items that we loaded today, if they are there. Every day I load new items. Let's see if those items are there in the system. Are you kidding me? Most of my apps are broken now. Delete is not working anymore. Oh, okay. Not that if delete is not working. The interface is a kind of in a sandbox, so it's not allowing pop-up to happen. So this is where we will need the suites. The suites, what's it called now? Someone talked about having suites notification. Yeah. Suite alerts. So let me implement suite alert here. Let me implement suite alert. So I will implement it throughout the entire application, like everything automatically. So this is what I will tell it to do. On the Sozo app project, implement suite alert to where you have wherever you have confirm dialog box. So let's get to work. So there are a couple of places I implemented this stuff, so I guess it's not gonna be too much for it to do. This is what I want to implement. So this is normal, while this is what we are trying to implement now, which is cool. So this is what someone wanted to get me to implement for task notification, but you agree with me that task notification is different from this. So this is better off. So this is what I want to implement. So I'm telling it to check through the system. It say we should install this. We have that going. And let me see. So I've used this once actually. It's nice. It's a nice UI. I really enjoy it. It even have custom animation. That's cool. It even has auto close. It has ability to, and it supports all these major guys. How many changes did it see? It sees, okay, still running all, but we can start making changes. So first of all, it has created something for me in my utility, which is, where is it again? Sweet alerts. Yeah, so we are gonna be, this is what he wants us to be using. So this way I can set my theme and I guess everything that I need to set, then it will now be using it to call all the things you need to call. So obviously we use this in where is it called again? We use this in our carts. So this is where I did confirmation. Are you sure you want to remove all items in your cart? Even though I've disabled this clear cart, but that's fine. It went ahead to see that that's done. So we have that done. Which other parts? Is that the only place it's replacing it from? Well, if that's the only place, we need to put it in the delete here. Where we need to, oh, wonderful. Do you guys see that? That was implemented under how many seconds? Like maybe 2-3 minutes, right? And then without me lifting a finger. No. So if I say yes, it then deletes from the list. So we can also check it out under here. If you try to remove, remove item, are you sure you want to remove in fact, I can have the picture of the item here, but I don't want to go through all that. I don't want to go through all that. So if I say no, my items still stay there. Okay, this was added newly today. So once you try to go beyond 1, it means you want to remove the item. Removes it from there. Someone has gone to the system to start using it. Someone went online and started loading all this item inside, because I can assure you that I didn't know when this item was added. So we can, I like the sweet alert thing. I would like to see it on my phone. I like to see it on my phone. Nice one. So which other part did I use something like this? There are some things that I don't need the user's consent on. They are not too deep. So let me see how, okay, that's all. Those are the files that it added them to. Let me see if it uses, there's no hint of provider. We didn't use because there's no, you're not doing persistent anything. So this one now we can't do without it. It's not, we can't create our own and say we want to start creating our own process. So these are the modules I've used so far. So there's suites alert to React content, and also this other one. I don't know where they are two, but they are two. So I think I'm gonna round up. Let me round up what I'm doing. I need to commit everything I'm doing into the repo. So I need to commit everything I'm doing. What we've been able to do, we've done quite a lot today. So this should be the last thing I want to commit. What did I do here? What we did here was we created the other created the other page, so that could be staged. This is the context. This toast notification that I added. This is something else. Error screen, we fix some things there, fix some things there, fixes. This, they are not related to what we're doing, not related. What's happening here? Okay, kind of did a lot here under the address, but it has nothing to do with order. So I'm working on order pages first. Everything that we did on order. So it was during the order we added dates format inside. So I put it as part of the thing we did. I want to make sure that my commit is actually committing, because sometimes this commit, I normally don't commit from VS Code. I use a tool to actually do that. I use another tool to do that. Create the I want to make sure that that is actually gonna work. Okay, so it's actually working. So I've put that up, and what did we do on the address page? We were able to fix bug and remove delete button on delete functionality on delete function. So that is that. Where is the address? Any address provider? Updates. So we also install Tostify. We install Tostify. Error, no page. Nothing here. Sign in page. React page. So this is not Tostify. Okay. So the next thing we install Suite Alert. Go in. I'll just put this as part of what we did there. What's happening here? I'll just put this here. Okay, yeah, I used that there. That is Suite Alert. What's going on here? That is under commit. So make compliant with TypeScript. Make compatible. Okay, so we have that, we have this, we have this, we have this. Okay, so I'm gonna push that up to Git. The next part is this guy, Golang. What did we do in Golang? We added sales order. What do you do? No, not really. DOA, what do you do here? But I thought I've pushed this. Oh, let me check properly. I thought I've pushed this API thing. Okay, apparently I've not pushed. Created other functions. So we have that, but this is more of like fixing bug, so to say. This is more of like, this one is more of like fixing bug. So let me be specific. Oh, I didn't go to delete this one. Where is the undo? Revert this change. Yep. Then why is it still there? If I've reversed the change, it should leave. Okay, it has left. Okay, so this one is to this page should not exist. This page should not exist. Let me check that page that I just saw now. That page should not be there. I thought as much. Yeah, I said it. This page should not exist. There's nothing like that. Should be inside here. So it's created it by itself. Okay, so this is the bug I fixed. This is the bug I fixed. I know it's long. don't get to type long commit every day. So, but this one, what does it do? Okay, I know that it was not allow. I know that it was not going to allow me to do that, so I had to push separately. I use FYRK to push. There's a FYRK dev to push. So, guys, if you are watching, sending your likes, sending all the things that is sendable. If you're interested in learning how to code, see the link in the bio so that you can chat me up on WhatsApp. I add you to the WhatsApp group. You can also follow me on TikTok, WhatsApp, Kick. Am I on Twitter? Yes, I'm on Twitter, but not active. I'm very much active also on Telegram, so that in case you want, me to teach you, feel free to chat in. Feel free to chat me up. I guess that's what we have for today. See you guys in the next one.